He's
We gotta wait for her.
oh my goodness. Turn my mic off.
Good morning, everyone.
You're hot, so.
Light is going on and off. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday, November 7th, 2024 agenda meeting of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. My name is Katie Sieben, and I'm the chair of the commission. I'll take the role now of the other commissioners who are present for today's hearing. Commissioner Means.
Here.
Commissioner Hom.
Here.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Here.
And Commissioner Tuma.
I'm here.
A quorum is present. We have 2 items for today. Our first item will be introduced by Ms. Sally Ann McShane. When you're ready, please introduce item number 1.
Good morning, Chair Stephen and Commissioners. Item number 1 is 3 dockets. Docket number E002/M2427 in the matter of Xcel Energy's 2023 Annual Safety, Reliability, and Service Quality Report. Docket number E015/M2429 in the matter of Minnesota Power's 2023 Annual Safety, Reliability, and Service Quality Report. And docket number E017/M2430 in the matter of Otter Power's 2023 Annual Safety, Reliability, and Service Quality Report. The briefing papers were divided amongst 3 volumes. The question before the Commission in volumes 1 and 2 is, should the Commission accept Minnesota Power, Otter Power, and Xcel Energy's 2023 Annual Safety, Reliability, and Service Quality Reports? And the question before the Commission in volume 3 is, what actions should the Commission take in relation to Xcel Energy's interactive service quality map and equity analysis? Energy Sense Coalition and the Citizens Utility Board jointly filed alternative decision options on Monday, November 4th, adding new decision options 22A and 23A through B, and offered 2 alternatives for decision option 27. Xcel Energy filed alternative decision options on Tuesday, November 5th. The company offered alternative decision option 8A, revised decision option 12, and revised decision options 27 and 27D. Staff filed compiled revised decision options yesterday afternoon. To provide more clarity, staff added decision options 21A through D and revised decision option 23, neither of which will affect the outcome of the original decision options. Hard copies of the revised decision options are available at the front of the room. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McShane. If the parties could please come forward, we'll start with commissioner questions on volume 1. And then commissioners, if you're looking at the revised decision options, first let's focus our questions on volume 1. And then I'm sort of ambivalent on whether we vote volume by volume, or if we make one big motion at the end. So if anyone feels strongly, you're welcome to share what you think we should do. Are the utilities here? Because we need to hear from them for the 2. Oh, yes. Okay. Why don't we start with appearances on my far right? Please state your name and the organization you're representing.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Jennifer Kuklinski for Minnesota Power.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Shuba Harris for Fresh Energy.
Good
morning, Commissioners. Erica McConnell with the Environmental Law and Policy Center on behalf of the Grid Equity Commenters.
Good morning, Lauren Steinhauser on behalf of Xcel Energy.
Good morning. Travis Murray on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General, Residential Utilities Division.
Annie Levinson-Falk for the Citizens Utility Board.
George Hartlow with the Energy Sense Coalition.
There's room up here. Pull your chair up. I'm sure there'll be questions of you, so you know to have you up and down, up and down. Unless you need the exercise.
Good thing your mic's off, Commissioner Tuma. Welcome.
That was intentional.
You said you need your exercise. Or you can share Mr. Murray's microphone if that is easier. Apologies for the awkwardness with the microphones.
Good morning, Chair Seaman John Kundert, representing the Minnesota Department of Commerce.
Okay. Does a commissioner want to begin with volume 1 for the utilities? Then, Mr. Kundert, I'll begin the filings with the IEEE benchmarking data. You know, this is sort of an overall new way still that we're doing it, but overall, it seems like the department supported accepting the utilities reports. Do you have any high-level takeaways that you'd like to make about the reliability of our utilities or other things that you saw that you thought were noteworthy in the 3 utilities reports that we reviewed?
Thanks for the question, Chair Seaman. I reviewed Xcel's reliability data, and my colleague, Mary Beth Kerwald, reviewed Minnesota Power and Otter, so I'll defer to her on those two. I would say that with Xcel, they met, I believe, 11 out of the 12 IEEE reliability goals the Commission had set for them, and they narrowly missed the remaining one. So I thought they had a pretty good year. Beyond that, I'll just leave it at that, and I'll defer to my colleague on Minnesota Power and Otter Tail.
And Ms. Steinhauser, for Xcel in this volume, are you covering for Xcel for all of the volumes?
Chair Stephen, I am covering for
Okay,
all
and
volumes.
for this one overall, as Mr. Kundert said, you hit a lot of the benchmarks. As you likely know, the Commission has looked carefully in the past at the Southeast Service Center, and my question pretty directly is still do you have enough staff to help keep your customers or restore power as quickly as you can and provide reliable service overall in the entirety of Xcel's service territory?
Thank you, Chair Seaman. Yes, we do think that we have enough staff to appropriately meet the needs of our customers throughout the service territory.
And I did notice, and I think this is the right volume, where the number of staff did go up in the Southeast Service Center, and for 23, then some of the performance looked better than it had. Is that a fair characterization?
Chair Stephen, it is. Our staffing levels have gone back to kind of pre-pandemic levels.
Yeah,
as of 23.
I think that's helpful to highlight, and we certainly appreciate your staff working hard down in that area and in your whole service territory. Commissioners, do you have questions for Otter Tail and Commissioner Tuma or whoever you'd like?
Yeah, I was going to dive into one of the decision options, Madam Chair, but certainly I can give Ms. Kerwal a chance to give her assessment, as Mr. Kundert did, of how she felt Minnesota Power and Otter Tail performed under the new paradigm.
Who was that for?
Ms. Kerwal.
Ms. Kerwal, can you please state your appearance for the record and then answer Commissioner Tuma's question? Welcome.
Thanks, Chair Zeben. Mary Beth Kerwald for the department. And for MP, they generally did pretty well on the reliability performance compared to the benchmarks in 2023. There was 3 metrics that they didn't meet out of 12. 2 were Safety and 1 was Katie. And for Ottertail, it was a little bit more mixed. Safety was not met across the statewide and work center sites. And then there were a couple of SAIDI metrics that were missed as well. In general, performance for 2023 has improved from 2022. 2022 had more major weather events and more related outages.
Commissioner
But
Tuma.
performance was generally improved.
But I'm looking at decision option number 5, Ms. Kerwal, and I was struggling a little bit with this because of its wording. I didn't want it to be where we're reopening the debate about whether we do kind of national benchmarking, and I didn't want to have a total rehash of this. I was, in my mind, I view 5 as a preamble for the focus of 5A and 5B, and not 5 as is written kind of seems like we're just going to rehash it all. And so I wanted to make sure that was kind of your understanding. Decision option 5 was a rendition of what the department wants. So why don't you give me an understanding of how you see 5, 5A, and 5B working next service quality?
Sure. So the department recommended 5, and then the staff provided decision options 5A and 5B. The department's not opposed to those options. My intent with the recommendation for 5 is to address that IEEE did not initially provide utility size level results this year with their benchmarks. So initially they just did IEEE second quartile for all respondents. And then I reached out to IEEE and requested utility size level data. So that's not something we can control. And they only had, I think it was 3 respondents from small size utilities. So the data wasn't considered statistically significant. So if the data is not statistically significant, then I was hoping the utilities could weigh in on what an appropriate comparison could be. And maybe it's how they compare to the data that is provided, if it's on the broader, like nationwide respondent level versus utility size. But the department does not oppose the 5A or 5B options.
Good. And I guess I look to MP and to Ottertail. How do you view 5? I mean, we want you to find the right benchmarks and feel comfortable with them, but we don't want a whole total rehashing of it. So what's your view of 5
And 5A.
and 5B?
Ms. Kuklenski.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, Minnesota Power is supportive of decision option 5A and B. We were using national benchmarking prior to the change for this, and although our service territory is very unique with a number of, or a large amount of rural area and, high distance between feeders, which is probably the reason that we're seeing, some of the Safety and Katie results that we did. At the same time, we think compared to our peers, we're performing quite well on reliability, and we are happy to discuss these metrics in our next SRSQ, but overall we don't think it's going to change the outcome that much.
Good. And Madam Chair, for Ottertail?
Good morning, Commission. Rod Jensen, Reliability Engineer, Ottertail Power. We have participated the last 10 years in EEI surveys, reliability national surveys, and also have provided data to EIA since 2019, so we are open to utilizing whatever measuring recommendation we come to conclusion on.
And I just want to make sure that we just don't want a total rehashing. We want you to keep working on the paradigm we're at. And so I just wanted to be clear that's how you viewed decision option 5A and 5B, and it sounds like you do.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Does that, Commissioner Tuma, just so I'm tracking, when you say you don't want there to be a complete rehashing, that essentially, or maybe this is for the utilities here, they still would use the IEEE benchmarking, but they'd discuss possibly changing it in the future? Is that what 5 is, Ms. Kuklinski, or your understanding of if we did 5A and B, then you're going to say, like, what about how it's not significantly significant or statistically significant data because it's such a small sample size, but possibly this is what we could change to in the future? Is that your understanding?
Chair Sieben, yes, we're not prepared to, have that discussion today because we haven't, we didn't prepare that in the 2023 SRSQ, but we're supportive of having that discussion in the 2024 SRSQ, knowing that for 2024 we will still use the IEEE benchmarking.
So the discussion will be possibly moving away from the IRRB though, or IEEE to some other benchmarks.
Chair Sieben, if the commission would like us to have that discussion, we are prepared to. We're not opposed to that. I think our understanding of decision options 5A and B was that we would discuss how in more detail how using the IEEE metric compares to maybe other possibilities, but not necessarily, making the case for using another metric unless that's what the data would show.
And I'm open to, Madam Chair, to a conversation of a different, better metric. I just don't want to get back to, we're not going to do national benchmarking and why national benchmarking is a dumb idea. I'd rather do what you just said. So,
Aren't we doing national benchmarking now, though, Commissioner Tuma? That's where I'm a little.
I don't want to go back.
You don't want to.
I don't want to rehash that debate.
Okay, I'm tracking sort of, but I also think that 5A and B explicitly is saying, well, at least 5, as the department said, is what are the alternative approaches to that benchmarking. But Miss, for the department, is your ultimate recommendation then that we do, and I think you said this earlier, is we do 5, which would include a discussion of different approaches, and then also 5A and B, which are specifically about the IEEE benchmarking we're using now. Am I understanding your recommendation correctly?
My recommendation was specifically 5, and so it's to have the discussion in recognition of the limitations of IEEE's data this year, and if that were to continue. I agree with the phrasing one of the utilities provided where it's exploring what the options are, so not to be directive on what the future benchmarking would be, but to see what is appropriate in those discussions or in the filing next year.
Okay.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. We're staying with benchmarking. It's a question of how to refine it better, and maybe even which benchmark, but how to refine as opposed to we shouldn't be doing it.
Okay. Any other discussions on or questions for the utilities on Volume 1, Commissioners? No, then Commissioner Tuma,
Sure.
or Commissioners, do you want to take a vote on Volume 1 or? Okay, let's do that. Commissioner Tuma, do you have a motion for
Madam Chair,
Volume
I
1?
would move decision options 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with subparts A and subpart B, and 6 and 7. That's what I got in my notes. Everything. All of it, Frank.
Did we ever hear, before we move, I just wanted to confirm that both Otter Tail and MP are they don't have any objections to 6 or 7. Is that correct, at least for 7, Ms. Kuklinski?
Chair Sieben, that's correct.
Okay, and Otter Tail, Mr. Jensen, are you okay with the department suggested 6?
I am, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Sullivan?
And Commissioner Tuma, you did all parts 5A and B, right? That's what I thought you were. Yes.
That is correct.
On Commissioner Tuma's motion of 1 through 7, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails 5-0. Okay, thank you. On to decision, or on to volume 2. There have been, we're in volume 2, so there's some changes in here, right, Ms. McShane? With the new decision options? This is where this is a lot of it. Okay, who would like to start with questions in this section? Okay, I will then. Xcel can you please explain, this is, do you support the recommendations that the staff made? Or what comments do you have in volume 2 about the new language that has been offered?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. As reflected in the updated decision options for staff 8A, the red lines shown there are the modifications that Xcel proposed to the initial proposal from staff. And essentially this just tracks what Xcel is actually able to do with its data and to report within the construct that staff initially proposed. So as modified, we support 8A and we support 8B without modification.
8B, okay. And, that's only, sorry, I was thinking volume 3. Okay, so we only have 8, and it only deals with Xcel. And then it sounds like everybody's pretty comfortable with the department, ECC, and CUB. Any comments on 8A that staff recommended, or there's no change to 8B? No. Okay. Ms. Campbell, are you the staff for volume 2 from the department?
Nancy Campbell for the Department of Commerce. I'm kind of the overall, but John Kundert, of course, is doing the Xcel stuff, but we are okay with 8 and 8A and 8B.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Kundert. I forgot. Any other discussion on volume 2?
Just real quick for Cub, your name's not on 8B and doesn't seem like it's part of your issues, but I just want to make sure that's the case. You have no problem with 8B.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, we didn't comment on service extension or the issues in 8A or B.
That wasn't my thought, but I just want to make sure. Since there was discussions, which we always like, thank you.
Okay. If there's no other discussion or questions, then I would move decision options 8, 8A, and 8B. Any discussion of my motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion prevails. Okay, moving on to volume 3. Who would like to begin with questions? Or we can ask the parties what they think about the new. Why don't we begin then with Xcel, the staff revised 23 has additional language for you. And are there any other changes to the decision options that you'd like to comment on? Ms. Steinhauser.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Specifically as it relates to staff revised decision option 23, we support that. We actually wouldn't have to modify our programs, but just as a point of clarification for how it's written, but we don't oppose relying on Table 4. That's what we've agreed to do.
Because just so, and I was talking with staff intensely about this, the original proposal said that, we still want to have flexibility. So you would at least, my understanding is you will at least offer the minimum down payment percentage amounts in Table 4. But if one of your service center representatives wanted to make it more advantageous to the customer, you would do that, or you could do that and have that flexibility. And that's your understanding too, but you won't be, so that's your understanding of the way staff revised 23 would work. I think what I'm hearing you say is that's already what you did. But you're supportive of staff revised 23?
Chair Sieben, that is correct. We understand that we start with Table 4 and then provide flexibility as needed on a case-by-case basis. That's how we're understanding that decision.
And then, thank you, I appreciate that. And for ECC and CUB, that was, I don't know if that's helpful or not. Would you support staff revised 23 over your 23A, or is it, I can't remember if it's instead of that. It is. Or Ms. Levinson-Falk, help me out here.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Our understanding is that staff revised 23 would replace the original 23, and that you would still do 23A and B as supported by our groups and the company. We're comfortable with staff revised 23, although we got a little confused about whether this is at a minimum or at a maximum. And I think everybody understands what it means, but we thought it might be just simpler if you just struck at minimum. And I think the sentence reads the same way. But generally, we're comfortable with that revision.
But generally, you like the underlying language in staff revised 23. You just prefer that we strike, so it reads, Xcel must offer the down payment percentage amounts listed in Table 4, but may offer lower plans as warranted.
Madam Chair, that's correct. And we agree with the company that this is what it was meant to say.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Chardlow, is your perspective consistent with that, or you also support then us doing 23, staff revised 23 and 23B?
Yes, we think it accurately conveys the underlying conviction we have that there is still a general right to a payment plan people can afford, but this is a clear and transparent starting point.
And Mr. Chardlow, just because I think the record reflected your work, or Cubs and ECC's work in this area, can you speak to the overall need to help continue to provide flexible payment plans so that we can continue to chip away at arrearage amounts, which, as you've noted, have gone up pretty substantially lately?
Yes, I mean, speaking with my staff who are engaging directly with Xcel customers, there are, we on a weekly basis are hearing from people who owe upwards of $1,800, and I think that while the company's intentions are good, part of what you see reflected in this work is that customer experience can vary based on which customer service representative they speak with, what their kind of awareness at the outset of their rights are. And so some of the additional points about putting things on the website that were part of our negotiation with the company are an effort, just to say it holistically, to be transparent, to kind of reiterate the underlying statutory rights, and to help people, as you say, start to dig out of, in some cases, significant arrearage balances.
I appreciate that. And on the, it seems like there was an agreement worked out between Xcel and other organizations to, on the disconnection notices can't be sent until the balance is, at least $180 past due, and then decision option 25, and you can't disconnect people below $300. Can you just, at a high level, explain why that's so important and why you're supportive of that, Mr. Chartlow.
Yeah, there are a host of reasons. I mean, one thing I would highlight is that, for example, to get LIHEAP crisis dollars, you need a disconnection notice. And so both, while our organization exists to prevent disconnection, sometimes the threat posed by it helps initiate conversations about getting people the resources they need. And so starting those conversations early, before arrearage levels have reached $1,000, $1,800, just generally is helpful. And again, there are instances like the LIHEAP crisis dollars where they need the disconnection notice, but then of course need time following receipt of that notice to go through the process of getting crisis dollars.
Mm-hmm. And my understanding is like this is good that Xcel is agreeing to do this, because I'm not sure we would otherwise be able to just order this, but maybe that's just me guessing. But I would think Ms. Steinhauser for Xcel too. I appreciate that the company is agreeing to do this, and these 24 and 25, but also 26 too. Overall, can you just speak to the company's efforts here to try to avoid disconnection, but also continue to get low-income assistance and, you know, help to people who are having trouble keeping their utility service on?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. The conversations and work with the stakeholders has been really helpful to the company in thinking about, I mean, as you know, we have an extensive process, a 9-week process for getting in touch with customers who are at risk of disconnection, tailoring that to the needs, to the point that's been made, so that they have a disconnect notice so that they can get the assistance from LIHEAP that they need with the time that they need to do that, is really important. So this is in effect already, 24 and 25. As for 26, this relates to after that 9-week process, there's a like kind of a final disconnect notice, like this window has passed, disconnection's going to happen. That's extending that date by 10 days. So there's still the 9 weeks, and then additional time to say, here's a chance, please take it to get the assistance or the payment plan in place so that we don't have to disconnect you. So all really important steps, we think, to helping our customers avoid disconnection and get them access to the resources they need to pay down arrears.
Okay, very good. And then moving on to,
I wanted to go back to 23, if that's okay. There was
Yeah,
just, I
please.
said one question, but I didn't want to trip you up if you
no, go ahead.
Just real quick, Ms. Steinhauser, on 23, just so I'm tracking, and Commissioner Sieben asked most of the questions, but decision options are designed that we do revise staff 23, and you're okay with, I assume, Cubs changing the word, or deleting the words at a minimum, and then we would do 23A and 23B all together as a motion. It was just
Staff
making sure.
revised 23 and Cub ECC 23B.
So I just want to understand what it seems like there's agreement here, and I want to make sure we're capturing it. It would be 23, staff revised 23, Cub/EEC 23A and 23B. Is that your understanding?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Commissioner Tuma, that is my understanding. We are comfortable with removing at minimum. I could see where there could be some confusion there. And then, yes, we have no opposition to the Cub ECC A and B for 23.
Oh, that is helpful, because that's not what I was thinking. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Tuma.
Sometimes I'm helpful.
Usually, you're always helpful.
I don't know about that.
There's a debate there. Let's read on that debate, okay?
On the record, you're always helpful. Okay, commissioners, do you have other, Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. The first question is for the company on decision option 22. requiring, restoring power to folks when you have air quality alerts above 151. Where the company is opposed to this, or I'm just wondering where the company's at on this.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan. The company, so there's a couple places where air quality is addressed in the decision options. The company prefers the CUB ECC 22A that was submitted, requiring us to conduct additional outreach and provide customers with information on how to request medical protections if they're vulnerable to poor air quality.
Okay, why did CUB and ECC go that direction? I don't.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, I mean, we continue to believe that it would be preferable to reconnect customers when there's bad air quality. That was us that brought that up. And in conversation with the company, it was our understanding that they needed to do some more work to make that possible or evaluate if and how they could do that. So we kind of, that was the compromise position I think that we got to, was for now making customers aware that they can get medical protection, and then doing decision option 27A, which is not noted here, but we do support, which is a report from Xcel on how to make that happen in the future.
Ms. Steinhauser, sorry to cut you off.
It's okay. That's correct. So basically, understanding how the AQI alerts work and then standing up a process to contact those customers and get that all in place. We would love to be able to use our existing program and make our customers aware that there are protections available now, and then with 27A, which we also support, figure out how and if another program for air quality makes sense, given the existing protections.
I actually just like 22. I don't know where my colleagues are on this, but I think that I think there's a lot of people out there who have asthma that, or have, you know, respiratory conditions that they're not, they'd have to self-report it, and I think you're going to miss them. So I think that my preference is just 22, and I don't feel like it would be that difficult of a lift, but I don't know, Ms. Steinhauser, if there's more study that needs to be done, just, you know, in terms of like, oh, how we would do this. But my sense is that this is, I mean, I like 22 as somebody who has asthma. I mean, I think about people out there a lot who are in that spot, so.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan, at this point, I would pull up one of my colleagues. My understanding is it's something with how the air quality, the AQI is reported, and whether we can actually get a 151 or above, or if we're getting a little bit beyond my knowledge of the technical requirements. So if I could pull someone up here to answer your questions.
Sure.
Mr. Martin, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Nick Martin with Xcel Energy. Commissioner Sullivan, to your question, I think that we don't have, we certainly understand the impacts of, you know, poor air quality on vulnerable customers. So in principle, we don't have a problem with this one. I think there are some nuances that we would want time to work through. Just to give a couple examples of that, I was looking last night at the Pollution Control Agency's air quality alerts, and it seems like there's an alert issued for 101. I didn't see one for 151. So like that, we would need to figure out, like, well, is there a separate alert, and what should the threshold be? That's just one detail. Maybe that's minor. Another thought is that for automatically, I think this is about automatically reconnecting, we need to sort of work through details to make sure that that customer safety concerns are addressed, so that, like, we can't just restore power to someone without their knowledge. There needs to be a connection with them so that they know that power is going to be restored, just for sort of safety concerns within the home. So there are, I think there's some details we would want to work through that would apply both to this and to the extreme heat ones, but we're not in principle opposed to exploring those. I think we thought that 27A would give us an opportunity to sort of do that further evaluation. If the commission prefers to just require it, I think we would appreciate some time to sort of work through those details of how to operationalize it.
I mean, I don't have a problem giving the company and the parties a little bit more time to figure out how to do it. my general sense, though, is that I don't want folks who have respiratory conditions, you know, to kind of have to self-report. That's a good way to miss a lot of people. And so I don't know where the parties are going on this, but Mr. Martin, if the company is open to, you know, if you need time for more study, but the end result of that would be a condition in the future where, you know, there's it's automatic. That's what I'm looking for.
And maybe sorry to interject, Commissioner Sullivan, but your question, I guess, is what's the difference between 27A and 22?
Correct.
Because I think is it just the date that 27A is essentially like you're going to work on it and file the details, and it would start by, or next year we would look at how it would work, and then is 22 as just 22, is that just like it would start now? Do you know what, I'm trying to understand the difference between those two, I guess.
Chair Stephen, the way I read it, the difference, everything in 27 is under the words evaluate implementing. So we would do some evaluation of, you know, how this would work and maybe whether it's a good idea, and maybe we would decide with parties that it's for some reason not a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Not to suggest we decide that, but like evaluate implementing allows for that, right? And whereas 22D would just say you should do it.
You mean 22?
Sorry, 22.
Yeah, would
tell
just
us to
start
do
it
it.
now.
And if the commission does that, we just want a little time to work through the details of how.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, sorry, I just took over Commissioner Sullivan's question.
Yeah,
So let me see if, you're done?
No, I think this is all helpful. So I had another question, but this is all, I'm iterating towards something with.
Along 22, Madam Chair, is it okay, Commissioner Sullivan, I apologize, you know me always trying to find a path forward. And what I hear from the company is, we're okay with this, but you turned it into a study. CUB and ECC were okay with that, but it sounds like you're almost willing to do it. So we could change 22 to read something more along the lines of require Xcel to establish a restoration power policy for involuntary disconnect customers from AMI, and then at the end, to be proposed in the 2024 service quality report. Is that something you would support? I mean, we're going to do it, and I think that's where Commissioner Sullivan is at. I kind of heard a willingness to do it there, propose a program in 2024 as opposed to let's just study it. Is that something the company would be okay with?
Commissioner Toomey, yes, I think we'd be fine with that.
There you go. Sorry.
No,
Always trying to find the path forward.
no, that's good. I appreciate it. Thank
Sometimes
you.
I trip, though, so I
No,
just have to ask.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Maybe I don't know, Commissioner Sieben, I don't know if you had a.
Commissioner Hom?
Thank you, Chair Saban. So I have a question to Xcel about the disconnection notification process. So first thing is when Xcel is sending out voicemail or calling people, what's the language Xcel is using?
Commissioner Hom, I didn't want to just sort of displace my colleague here. We're kind of short on seats. So I think I'll either bring her back up or possibly even another of our experts who might actually know that language directly and sort of make space again. If that's all right.
Commissioner Hunt, this is Deidre Howard with Xcel Energy. The languages that are on our notices are four. There is English, Spanish, Hmong, and Somali that gives you information on how to contact the company with questions. And then we have a language line that customers are going to be connected with, speaking their own language.
Thank you. My question was when Xcel is contacting customer for disconnection notice, what language Xcel is using to call that person or house, or when Xcel is leaving voicemail, what language is being used?
It would be in English, but I believe, and I would need to check this, but I believe that there is some translation involved in that. But I can double check that for you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know whether it's a fair question to you, but what percent of the refugee or immigrants population among the people of color in Xcel service territory?
I don't have the answer to that, but again, I can get that for you.
Okay. As far as we know, we have a significant population of the Somali and Ethiopian refugee or / immigrants population. And also we have a Hmong and Karen and those refugee and immigrant population. I think we shouldn't assume that they can understand what Xcel is speaking in English. I think that's a critical. Sometimes that disconnect communication between that house and Xcel.
And I can definitely double check the languages that are provided in those voice communications. They're also delivered via email depending on the preference the customer has selected. And I know that those languages are present on any written notification.
Okay, thank you. And also those population maybe have a challenging situation with the internet access and device access. So email may not be very helpful in that circumstance. So I understand Xcel has to be cognizant about the cost of doing this, but also there is a downside of it that can trigger more disconnection. So second part, when Xcel is doing the door knock, are you sending people with a multiple language capability or just send the people randomly based on your workforce?
They are not necessarily multilingual, but again, the notices that they deliver in person also have those 4 languages in them.
Can you double check that your microphone is on? Sorry, someone chatted me that they can't hear.
Is that better? No?
It is for me, but I don't know if the folks online can hear better. So we'll just assume it is. Sorry to interrupt.
I need to just sit closer, that's all.
Okay, thank you. So,
Oh, yeah.
Whether it's on.
It is better now. Someone just messaged me.
Okay.
thank you. And assuming that people can read even their own language may not be a good assumption. I think a lot of people came here due to the distress in their own country, and they may not have a good education. Reading is not necessarily just common in those groups. And I don't know whether you guys noticing the commission is publishing video clip rather than trying to push out a lot of written notification with the same reason. It's easier for people to understand oral communication. Some culture, they do not have a written communication as a part of their culture. So that's why we are publishing this video clip to educate people or introduce people to our process. I hope Xcel has a more in-depth evaluation of its own process to make sure that there is no disconnection between that. And also in door knocking, I don't know, nowadays some people not responding to the door knocks because stranger coming in. That's why I understand it's very difficult. But also that's why in that, if you're going into certain specific area with a higher population of a certain group, you may want to hire those people who can speak the language, who can appear to be one of them, so people can respond to those door knocking. So yeah, I don't know how Xcel is doing, but I think it may not be unintentional, but unintentionally we can create this kind of bias in that. So I hope Xcel can develop more plan to address those issues, given that Xcel service territory has a very high non-traditional American population who may not be able to communicate well in English.
I think that's a great suggestion. I do think that, I'll go back and talk to our language folks on what's presented in those phone calls. I know that they do pay special attention in the notifications that we send, but I'll double check that and make sure that that's being acknowledged and handled.
Okay, thank you. And another thing is a community outreach. I think we are suggesting, and in general, go to the church, community leader, and so on. But also, different culture has a different religion, and I think we may have to consider that as a part of the overall solution to how to reach out to people, and how to do tabling event at the location where most people can show up.
And I know as part of some of the community events that we attend, we always have people on site that speak multiple languages.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. But also, you have to find the right venue for the right group of people. I think Xcel should have a more intentional search for the information and make a connection to it. Okay, thank you.
Other questions from commissioners in this volume?
I have one.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I wanted to ask about decision option 27C and the issue with late fees. Specifically, what I'm interested in is, from the company's perspective, how do we treat late fees in a rate case? How are they treated as something that goes back to the company as a part of the overall rate base, or is it, I mean, how are they treated?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan, I don't know for sure. That's information that I can get for you.
Well, what I'm interested in doing in particular is, here, let me get my notes up here. Hold on one second. Of course, I lost my position.
We're more well organized than we think we are, right?
Exactly. What I'm interested in is how do we Xcel Colorado has a program where it takes those late fees and interest payments and fees and puts those into its low-income programs. And that's an Xcel Colorado program. And what I'm curious about is, I mean, it feels to me like that's a good way to put additional resources into low-income programs. You're already doing it in Colorado, and why don't we do that in Minnesota as well? But the preliminary question is, how do you treat it? So, like, if you treat it as rate-based, then there are issues that we have to settle up, and in the rate case, maybe we do it over in the rate case, or if it's not that way, then maybe we can address it here.
It's a good question. I know that Ms. Howard, who is just up here, knows more about the details about the Colorado program, so she could speak to that. Or I could go try and understand better how we treat that in the rate case as your foundational question. But sitting here right now, I'm not sure how we treat it in terms of why we're not.
Would the company have any problems with just doing the Colorado program in Minnesota?
Again, I think 24, Commissioner Sullivan, the way I was thinking about it is they're going to file that as a proposal, and it will come back in next year's report. And then the parties will have a chance to weigh in, and including the department and others who will weigh the costs and make recommendations on how it should be implemented.
That would be in decision option 24?
That's what I thought you were.
That's the 180 past due.
Oh, sorry, 27, I mean. Isn't that?
27C.
27C, and that's, I mean, we can try to, is your question like, why don't we just do it
Can't we
now?
just do it? Right.
Well, I think, isn't it better to know the details before we do it?
Well, that's what I'm trying to dig in right now is,
I guess.
Maybe, is there a way?
You're more impatient than I.
Yeah, maybe there's a way that we can, that's the question is if it's a good idea, why don't we just do it now? Similar to my previous.
Yeah, I'm a little anxious about that too, but okay, go ahead, Ms.
Chair Stephen,
Steinhardt.
Commissioner Sullivan, I think just stepping back for a minute, one of the goals with this process for the company, and my understanding from stakeholders, was to bring together a bunch of ideas about how we can help customers who are facing high disconnections and move forward quickly on the ones that will make impact now, and then kind of set steps to assess other options moving forward. This went into that second bucket of these are ideas that we have. They need a little bit more analysis. Because we're dealing with so many things, we didn't dig into that now. And so I think that was the goal, is to say, this could be really meaningful. We have an example. How would it apply here? Let's look into that and then present it for stakeholder and commission input. So I'm not saying that we're opposed to doing it. It's just another one of those where it was an idea that got some movement around, and so we want to take a closer look at how that would be implemented.
But like, the way I read the record, Commissioner Sullivan, is 27C, like, yeah, maybe you could still give the late payment fee to a low-income program, or maybe we could just eliminate late payment fees. And I could see the benefit of eliminating the late payment fees instead of putting it all into a pot like Colorado does. And so I don't think we're ready to move forward with just like replicating that program yet here today, because it's not, I think we need to kind of like weigh these different options and look at them in a more holistic way. But I see you're raising your hand, Ms. Levinson-Falk. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to note that, Commissioner Sullivan, we have all the same questions as you, and we really appreciate this topic being raised. It's the top of our list internally for next things to look at. And we have the same questions as you about how this would affect revenue. So our suggestion in our late file decision options was to just request that Xcel address this in supplemental direct testimony in the rate case, because it might have revenue impacts. And if we waited until next year's SRSQ and then found out it had to be in a rate case, that would kick it several years down the road when it might be more timely to do it in a rate case that just opened.
Where was your recommendation to put in the rate case, Ms. Levinson-Falk?
That was in our filing from 2 days ago.
What decision option, or did it not get picked up? Because there's a lot of moving pieces here now.
Madam Chair, there's a lot, and I feel for the staff kind of corralling this large docket. It's 27C. So we offer just.
It doesn't say the rate case in there.
It does not in this, like the staff compiled, but in the version that we submitted, we had a different heading on 27. We had one heading on 27 that was 27A, put it into the next year's SRSQ. 27C, put it in supplemental direct testimony in the rate case.
Okay, so okay. Staff thinks we need to take a break, so we're gonna recess until 11:15 unless any commissioners have any questions before then. Okay, we stand in recess until 11:15. The commission will come back from its recess, and commissioners, where are we at? Do you have more questions on different sections of this, or? Okay, Commissioner Tuma.
Madam Chair, for Xcel and for Ms. McConnell on 28. So it seems like Xcel says they're okay with that, but I'm not very inclined to put in our order, follow the law, okay? It's a legal requirement already, and so it makes no sense to me to clutter up our orders saying follow the law. So would it be better to say something along the lines of Xcel will provide a discussion in their next SQR how it manages disconnections due to landlords' failure to pay consistent with Minnesota rule?
Ms. Steinhauser.
It seems like there's something going on here and we need to have a discussion about it, but why I would just tell you to follow the law is kind of a waste of my time.
Ms. Steinhauser.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, I'm not exactly sure why that one's in there, but we are happy to provide a discussion of how we comply with the law in our next report.
And Ms. McConnell, I'm trying to help give you something to work on so that you have a chance to see the discussion, and then if you have a disagreement on how they're doing it, you can let us know how this needs to be improved. But I see nothing in the record that I need to tell them to follow the law already, because they have to follow the law already. Are you okay with the change, or?
Ms. McConnell.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner. Yes, that seems reasonable. I think our main interest is understanding how it's been implemented and making sure that it's implemented in the way that we all would understand it to be intended. So I think your change accomplishes that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. So about the decision option 57, I have a question to party who's supporting this option. To be honest, I'm skeptical on this one because the disparity between these two studies may be due to the data. By nature of the data, we may not be even able to distinguish it. So given that, do we still need this study to identify exact magnitude or cause of it?
Who's your question for, Commissioner?
GEC and Fresh Energy and Xcel who are supporting those options.
Ms. Harris, do you want to start?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, can you repeat your question again? I'm not sure I completely understand it.
Okay, so we already have a two quantitative study, and then two studies shows a two different magnitude of the issue. And this, in my view, is trying to rectify that difference. What's the point of doing it? Is it going to help people? Or are we going to have a new academic paper?
Ms. Harris.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, I think the point of understanding what the causes are behind the disparities from our perspective helps to identify what the solutions are that will be effective. I firmly believe, or I commend the parties here for their work to understand to try to come up with solutions that will mitigate these disparities, but to some degree they are throwing darts at a dartboard because we don't understand what the causes are. I think that understanding the causes will help us better align our solutions both on the disparities in shutoffs and in outages. So from my perspective, I think that opening a new docket and ordering a third-party study is the appropriate path forward.
Yeah, my question is, do we need another quantitative study? We already went through two different studies to do it, and there are differences.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, I believe that we don't, I'm not sure about whether we need another quantitative study. Unfortunately, Dr. Chan is not here. I'd be interested to hear what the GECs think on that. Our recommendation or our belief is that the studies show disparities, both studies, and is only a difference in the degree of the disparities, but the studies both show a statistically significant outcomes. And so, from my perspective, I don't believe that there's another need for a quantitative study, but more a study that understands the root causes.
Thank you. Before other parties speak, yeah, that's my understanding, and that's why I was wondering whether 57 versus 55.
Commissioner Hom, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, I support both 55 and 56. From my perspective, 57 is a procedural item. Whether we should open a new docket to examine these issues more carefully in a separate docket, or whether we should keep it in this docket. From my perspective, at Fresh Energy, I believe that opening a separate docket will provide the appropriate amount of scrutiny to ensure that these issues are resolved.
Okay, thank you. So you are not pursuing quantitative study, it's just qualitative study.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Commissioner, grid equity commenters share a very similar view with Fresh Energy. I think we support a new docket in order to give the issues the attention they deserve. Like Fresh Energy, we're interested in more of a qualitative study of the disparities and the potential solutions. The only amendment I'd make is that I think there are other decision options that address kind of studies in the future to track how things are changing over time. And so I just didn't want to muddle those things. We are supportive of future studies of the disparities to understand, are they getting worse? Are they improving with the policy changes that we're implementing? So we would like to see those sorts of quantitative studies in the future, and I think there's a question of the timing of those. But as far as the decision options that we were just talking about, we're aligned with Fresh Energy.
So you are basically supporting the experimental design of the Delta when new policy is implemented, not necessarily what caused it. Because identification of the impact of a certain variable may not be that easy because that is confounded with other variable. So that's why pursuing quantitative analysis in this kind of a study is very tricky. And it may not have much meaning when you have some number. Out of the statistics, you can get a lot of numbers. But sometimes that number doesn't have much meaning to it. That's why I was wondering whether Xcel should spend time and money on something we may not be practically used to evaluate their program. Rather than that, we can focus on qualitative study to find the root cause of it. That's why I propose several things that Xcel can change their process of approaching these group of people with a different mindset, not knowing what's going on. To me, that's the best I can suggest. But I think that kind of a qualitative approach might be better, and we can get the better outcome out of it. In that case, we shouldn't expect much quantitative analysis out of it. We will try to find the root cause of it because of certain cultural difference or other issues. And also, one immediate thing I did it last few days, unemployment rate of this certain group is very different from general Minnesota unemployment rates and other racial group. So even that fundamental, very easy to do thing was not done to see what was causing it. If there's an income problem for a certain group, that group may have a lot of late bill and then disconnection potentially. That's why we may need to pay attention to more fundamental baseline information and qualitative study to improve the situation rather than we focus on quantitative analysis.
Ms. McConnell.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. We agree. We agree that that's very important and, support the direction that Fresh Energy and you, I think, are kind of moving in. in doing that analysis in the near term to better understand what's going on, what confounding variables might be present, and then help inform the solutions. And I understand, I take your point and understand it. I think we'd envision a quantitative study in the future to then say, has this had an impact on the variables we had been looking at or not? But I do understand what you're saying, kind of in the near term in understanding solutions, and we agree.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Steinhauser, then in all of the future analysis that are discussed in the briefing papers 52 through 57, can you explain, can you explain what you're supporting, and would it be done in a, how you perceive it to work in terms of, are these combined into one independent evaluation, and then there'll be a docket opened and the results would be in it, or how do we read these together of what the company is supportive of?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. There is a lot going on here. So we do support 57, which is, again, our understanding is the same as Fresh Energy, that would open a separate docket to kind of move these issues out of the SRSQ report and into its own docket so that it's focused there, and perhaps the timing could be changed a little bit so that we're not addressing it all at the exact same time in terms of filing and analysis. And then we are supportive of 52, 54, and 56, recognizing Commissioner Ham's very good points about the quantitative analysis. Our preference would be to focus on are we contributing to these disparities at all? And so that's 56, hiring an independent third-party evaluator. And then also 54, looking more closely at
But
this.
just to, slow down then. 56, you'd hire an evaluator and do a one-year study, and then is your understanding that that would roll into the open docket in 57 or back to the next SQRS, SRSQ report that's in 52?
The former, to put it into the new docket.
Okay. And then, keep going.
Yeah, just broadly, the general idea, I think our preference would be to move future analyses generally into the separate docket so that it's focused on these, the follow-on from the equity analyses in that separate docket. So that's 56. 55 as well, looking at the Sealy 12 outages, taking a closer look at that because that also gets to root cause issues.
That would be the same. Okay, now you didn't say that earlier. So you do still support 55, and that would be, again, rolling into 57 docket.
Perhaps I misspoke. We support 54. 55 was an early idea that predated many of these other ones, and we think the other ones are a better use of resources. So 54 and 56.
And not 55.
Correct.
And then, but 52 is still putting it, tell me what 52 does.
52 gets at the if I'm understanding Commissioner Ham's questions correctly, gets at the additional quantitative analysis in 3 years to kind of redo the TRC study that we had done last year to assess whether the disparities still exist.
But I thought you wanted that out of the SQRS, and it would still be in here then. It would just be on a 3-year cadence?
We would propose moving this to the new docket and not doing it in the SRSQ.
In 52. In 52, so we'd have to change that language.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Ham.
For the clarification, yes, I think TCL approach is better to address some statistical problem over the running the linear regression, given a lot of problem with the variables involved into it. But also, as I mentioned, that do not expect it's going to give you the value of what you did. You will just find out whether there is a still disparity or not. Just do not give too much hope that this can identify what is causing it and what is a solution to it. It will just show that whether we still have a disparity or not. If that's the expectation, that's okay. If it's a quantitative study like what TCL did, But trying to identify exact coefficient like what Dr. Chen did, we can have a lot of statistical problem which may give us the non-meaningful outcome of it, because given that coefficient may not have much meaning in statistics. That's why lower your expectation, but we still need to find out root cause of it. That will come from a qualitative study. Being said, we need to see whether this phenomenon is still out there after 30 years. I agree, we have to do it, but do not expect that whether new policy or process are having impact or not, they may not be that clear. That's what I was trying to say. Do not try to write an academic paper. We try to help people. Focus on helping people rather than trying to identify exact numbers.
Thank you for that clarification. That makes a lot of sense.
Commissioner Tuma.
Just a little bit along that lines where we get to actual decision options. We don't need to do 37 if we do 54, right? I mean, it seemed to be redundant, or was 37 adding something new there that I'm not quite picking up?
Ms. Steinhauser.
Chair Seaman, Commissioner Tuma, my reading of that is that 54 would be sufficient. It looks like that was a department proposal, so I would also let them weigh in on that.
And then, Madam Chair, just on trying to clean up to get to a motion two is number 30. That's a bad debt. It sounds like you're going to be able to address this in your rate case coming forward, so why would we do something here on what to me would be a rate case matter?
Chair Seaman, Commissioner Tuma, the request is simply to allow us to track it and report it in the rate case. So it will be, we would want to bring that into the rate case to determine impacts.
But there's nothing we're going to do today that is not going to fall in your test year, is my understanding.
It's a 2025 test year, so if there are proposals that go into effect in 2025, it would affect our test year.
So we don't need to do 30 then. But that's the way I read the landscape as we have it today. I'm sure before these decision options and before this docket was developed, we didn't have a rate case filed. We have a rate case filed now.
And Commissioner Tuma, so my understanding is to the extent, and maybe we're saying the same thing, so please let me know, but to the extent that there was an impact from these, we would address it in the rate case.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think we need to do 30 here because I don't think you'll let us miss it in the rate case. Mr. Cooner, is that your understanding? I just want to make sure we're tracking that we really don't need to do 30 today.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, I'm going to defer that question to my boss, Nancy Campbell.
I forgot Miss Campbell is here. I have the definitive authority.
Thank you. Yes, Nancy Campbell for the department. Yeah, I believe what Xcel is looking for in 30 potentially is to be able to track additional bad debt expense that comes out of these proposals. I did take a quick look, and I noted bad debt expense in the rate case is significant. It's $19 million for 2025 and $21 million for 2026. It looks like for Minnesota. So we'll be taking a look at those amounts in the rate case, but we don't support 30. We don't want additional tracking or deferred accounting if that's what they're trying to get at. So. But we certainly will look at their bad debt expense and ask some information requests in the rate case.
That's all the questions I have in my notes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Ms. Campbell, I have a question about the vegetation management. I don't know whether you already review Xcel's incoming rate case vegetation management budget and what they have done last several years. Are you comfortable with the last several years Xcel's spending on their vegetation management based on the last rate case?
Yeah, we certainly haven't looked at the vegetation management in the current rate case that was just filed on November 1st, but that is something we can certainly include as something that we'll take a look at compared to prior years, if that's what you're asking for.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Campbell, on either Xcel's proposal to underground in targeted areas of North Minneapolis and South Minneapolis, and the area surrounding downtown St. Paul, which is 34, versus your recommendation to deny it in 36, I would assume that you support denial because of the potential cost impacts of that, but can you expand more on why you're supporting 36?
Yes, that's correct. We do have concerns about the costs. I don't think we have the information about the costs, and we would want to make sure that benefits exceed the costs. I don't think we have that information in this record, and so as a result, we support 36.
Okay, and then, but you do support, though, the analysis. You do support 37, or staff thinks you support 37? Which one is it?
Yes, I think 37 is reasonable. It kind of gets to what we were saying is we don't think the analysis is in this record, so we wouldn't oppose that.
And then that would come in, that additional analysis would come in the next year's report, is your understanding or recommendation, or a different spot, a different docket, or you don't know?
I assume it's the next service quality report, but happy to be corrected if I'm wrong on that understanding.
Is that is that why you're supporting 37, Ms. Steinhauser, now? It says you do an additional analysis about targeted undergrounding and vegetation management in this docket for next year? Is that what 37 is your understanding?
Chair Sieben, excuse me, because it links back to 54, which is in the context of those other decision options that we support being moved to a separate docket, we would support moving it there. And one point of clarification, I know Commissioner Tuma, you asked if 37 was redundant. I actually think it's the second part of before developing any targeted undergrounding or vegetation proposal. That's the part that's not included in 54. 54 is an analysis. 37 requires us to do that before developing a proposal on those two issues. So it's not redundant.
Okay.
Staff is also concerned, and I think this is like why we have sometimes having 60 decision options flying around is tough, is that if we're dividing things up too, it's a little confusing if it's not coming back into subsequent SQRS dockets, because this is like a docket where overall we see a lot of different issues. So I don't know, Ms. Terwilliger, if you have more to add on the record about that, or you just want to make an overall recommendation to us on how to handle that, because I share your concern about a lot of different pieces flying around here.
Yeah, Chair Sieben, I think for now, staff would recommend keeping this and next steps in the SRSQ because a lot of the decision options are already written with filing dates to coincide with that, and it seems like folks are generally comfortable with that. I worry that if we open a new docket, it would be unclear what topics would be taken up in the SRSQ and what topics would be taken up in this new docket. There's been confusion on that. I think we saw overlap with the IDP and everywhere else. So I think we can still focus on these topics within this docket, but it might be more useful. I think there's a question of then would you move the map to that new docket or wherever else? So because I think it's not clear with dates and timelines, the service quality report would make more sense for now. And then perhaps when that comes in, there could be a better proposal on what a possible new docket or something else would look like. But we've got the ability within the service quality docket to kind of move things on the timelines that work. So that would be the staff recommendation, just to kind of keep things more organized.
Madam Chair, along that lines, Ms. Twilliger, if we do 52, 54A, and 56. That's all we have to do. It stays here. We don't have to do anything special as far as our decision options. Just don't do 57.
Correct. That would be purely from a procedural standpoint to keep things a little bit clearer, because I think it's a little confusing to do that for now. And then April 1st isn't that far off in a regulatory timeline, so I think that could be a better opportunity to have a more holistic discussion. And then with decision option 51, I think that'll also give us a chance to kind of evaluate what's the best process to look at a lot of these affordability, equity questions going forward, and maybe have more of a discussion rather than try and figure it out in the agenda meeting room.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. For Xcel, does Xcel have any information about the Minneapolis sample area gentrification? Because I have a concern with after we fix certain area due to the issue to help, there's a disparity. But if that housing market is being gentrified and it can become the benefit of other people who we are not intent to help, they can afford to do it.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, that's a good question. I don't, sitting here today, have that information. I don't believe that we do. It's a hard one because we don't know what's coming, right? And so we have to plan for what we know now. But that's something that we can look into to see if there's information that would be useful to the assessment.
Yeah, I mean, you can go to the City of Minneapolis and City of St. Paul development plan and what public transportation is being set, and those information can help you to see the direction it goes. But also we clearly know that Northwest Minneapolis is being gentrified and population is moving out from that area, and the new population is moving in that area, Otter District, and there is a newly proposed development around that Mississippi River area on that area, and I see that difference compared to a few years ago. So that's why my concern is we are trying a lot and hard here, but final outcome may show very different outcome because that housing market changes. So I don't know how to deal with it, but I think that has to be one part of your study to make sure that we are not overdoing.
Other questions? Commissioner Means, do you have any? Okay. Commissioners, are you ready to move into deliberations? Commissioner, who would like to make a motion to start?
I don't want to make a motion yet, but I did want to offer a suggestion. I see that. I just want to see, I want to get a beat on where people are with my thinking from before. So
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I do have language that's drafted, but what I will propose to folks is that with regard to my discussions, the discussions that we had with AQI, that's decision option 22, and then decision option 27, I have some language that would put things into the rate case, but then I also included in there to look at a determination if it's better to eliminate the fee instead, addressing your concern.
It wasn't my concern. It was what was in the record. It was like either or.
Well, the point that you had made.
Yeah.
So we would pull that out, and instead of being in 27, I have a new decision option 22 that would address that, but it would be in the rate case, and Xcel would have to file a plan by April 1st. And then on the other point that I had made regarding the elimination of, and then that was restoring power to folks who have AMI. And then the other one would be along the lines of what Commissioner Tuma had helped develop with I'm losing my
Do you have language you want to put up?
Yeah, we have language
Why don't we
put
do
up.
that?
Yeah.
If it's ready.
I think that Mr. Williger has sent it So I have a revised 27A and then a revised 27C.
And while we're waiting for it to get up, then, just so I understand, Commissioner Sullivan, you would say Xcel should evaluate whether to do, and the parties should work on whether to do, whether to, okay, let me just read it. Oh, yeah, propose a plan, not implement the plan yet, which I think makes sense in my mind when we don't have it all in front of us. Oh, this says, though, with its report. I thought you said in the rate case.
That what it says in the rate case.
It does? Why can't I see that in 27A?
C. One below it.
The issue with,
And so, sorry, you're saying you support 27A and C?
right.
So they're going to propose the changing it as suggested in 27A, which is what I thought that's what, I don't, okay, I'm
So-
not tracking.
So 27C would go into the rate case,
The study would.
right, the study. And then 27A would just be a plan by April 1st of 2025.
That's what was in the decision options, though, I thought. That's what the plan was already. Am I,
I don't think so.
No, they were just supposed to study the concept.
Yeah.
He's now saying.
oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And you're not saying put that in the rate case. You're saying, okay, I get it.
Okay.
And do we need to ask, do you want to ask Xcel or the department or anyone if they think this is a good idea? Commissioner Sullivan? Mr. Kundert, what do you think about both of these and putting it in is the rate case question to Ms. Campbell? Ms. Campbell, do you want to start?
Sure. I'll start with revised 27C, since that's a rate case question. We don't oppose looking at it, but I will note that the late fee revenues are a revenue that is included in the rate case and reduce the overall revenue requirement deficiency. So that will increase costs to other ratepayers. But it is something that we'd be happy to take a look at in the rate case and see if this is a reasonable proposal.
But that would happen regardless, right? Ms. Campbell?
If you're gonna have other ratepayers pay for it, but I just want to recognize it is a cost to other ratepayers. So
Yep.
It'll increase the Xcel's revenue requirement deficiency. So.
Mhm. And then 27A?
I'll ask. I don't think we have any concerns with that for proposing a plan to restore that, but I'll see if John Kundert has anything to add.
Mr. Kundert, do you have concerns with 27A?
Chair Stephen, in our comments, we don't really have a problem with the concept, but we just wanted to see some cost and benefit information. If it makes sense, if it's cost effective from a public health perspective, then yeah, it should be done, right? But there was no information, and there's been no record about the number of events a year and the number of participants. So it just seems like the recommendation as it stood was as was worded wasn't going to make it. If you want to look at a program proposal, yes, I would hope that those Xcel's proposal would have that information in there about frequency, participation, cost, things like that. So, yeah, we could support 27A.
Because 27A is still a plan, so then it could still be evaluated. And for example, like questions that come to mind for me are if people are involuntarily disconnected and then they can turn their power back on, like the duration it can be on, what it means for the remainder of their arrearages will just go higher. You know, all these like knockdown effects. We sort of need to know the other.
I would anticipate that those would be included in the proposal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And could be commented on by the parties.
Correct.
And then the costs also, the projected costs or the proposed.
What I liked about this is that it's expediting, give us something
Instead of like.
instead of study it and then
And
wait.
then decide.
Right.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Is that, you're okay with did we ask you yet what you think of these, Ms. Steinhauser?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. We do not oppose either of these, that what you're looking for makes sense.
Okay,
Good deal.
I'm good to go.
Did you want to make a motion?
I mean, I can put together a motion.
Did someone else?
I have, I mean, if you gave me, I can work with staff. I can put together an omnibus motion, if you will, that would be, but I'd need like,
Time, or does another
I'd need like 5
commissioner-
minutes just to work with staff unless somebody else has it.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, because there's a lot of things moving, a lot of moving pieces.
Okay, the commission will stand in recess until noon.
All right. trying to get the.
She needs more time or she's good?
Oh, I think Hannah is emailing it too, Brad.
I can email it to commissioners as well.
Oh, no, I think it was the commission will come back from its recess. And for folks who are waiting for item number 2, we're going to take a half-hour lunch break after we finish this item. So we'll likely come back around 12:45 for item number 2. So Commissioner Sullivan, do you want to?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I am ready. Okay, so here's my motion. I think it's up. So I will move decision option 9, parts A and B. Then I will.
Wait, just a second. 9 and A and B.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, okay.
Then I will move decision option 12 as modified by Xcel. Decision options 17, 18. Under the policy transparency section, decision options 19 and 20. I have a question for the company on additional strategies. I plan to move decision option 21, and then I'm wondering if the company is still okay with decision options, the staff 21A through D, given where we're at right now with especially the decision option that I'm going to propose on the air quality days.
Ms. Steinhauser.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan, similar to the issue with air quality, some of these, the I through, or 1 through 4 under 21A, we're not exactly sure how to implement these, so we would be willing to put forward a proposal, but doing this exactly as written is not something that we think we could do right off the bat.
So would you propose that we not do 21A through C then, or A through D, and we just do 21, or what would your recommendation be?
We are happy and willing to work with the CAO to develop a program, so we can do 21C, and then...
No, I think his question is, what about 21?
Yeah, I mean, like...
First, we have to know what we're doing on, this is your proposal to restore power, right?
Right,
Commissioner Sullivan?
right.
We support 21.
So 21 is good.
Yes.
And then as far as staff 21A through D, your recommendation would be?
We support 21C as written.
Okay.
And then for A, B, and D, we would recommend similar language to your proposal for the AQI, but for a heat advice, for what information we'd be providing.
Okay. Mr. Williger, is that something you could work up as I read out the rest of the decision options? Okay. And then we'll come back to this. So then, thank you, Ms. Steinhauser. So then I would kind of put in a pin in decision option 21A through D. Then I'll move to decision option. I would propose that we do decision option 22A to require Xcel to conduct additional outreach.
Is that CUB's?
That's
ECC,
CUB and ECC's
as
22A in the revised.
Yeah, as it was on the screen too.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Just
Then decision options on 23 and remove.
revised 23. Sorry to interrupt. It's the as on the screen.
As on the screen, yeah. And then it removes the at minimum language in there.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would move decision options 23, staff revised A and B.
You mean CUB ECC 23A and
Yeah,
B?
yep, thank you. Yep, CUB ECC 23A and B. Now on to decision options 24, 25, 26, then decision option 27. And so my recommendation or my motion is to move decision options, the new 27A and C that we developed before, then to move decision option 27B, then to remove.
Just one sec.
Mhm.
So whoever's highlighting the screen, did you catch that? Because it wasn't highlighted. Is it? Or am I looking at it wrong? I thought you said 27A and C.
I did, but my new ones, the new.
Oh, okay.
Scroll down,
Sorry.
yep.
It's coming. We just couldn't see it.
Be patient, I guess.
So then decision option Xcel revised D. Then decision options E and F. And Ms. Kahlert, are my decision options, here they are, revised 27A and 27C. Commissioner Sieben there, right there, okay. So then I would move decision option 29 and 31.
Wait, on 29, I had a question that I didn't ask earlier. Or should I come back at the end?
Maybe what we
Sorry.
could do is we could come back to the end, and
Sorry,
because
keep
we still
going.
have to come back to 21. So then, so decision option 31. Regarding, then I would move decision option 37. Now into the 40s. I would move decision option 41, all parts, decision option 42, decision option 45, and decision option 51. And now, for future analysis, decision option 52, decision option 54, and decision option 56. So now maybe we can come back to decision option 21,
And 57?
not 57.
Oh, yeah, because there's no new docket, but it will stay in here.
Right.
That's what, Ms. Terwilliger. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, now decision option 21, Mr. Willigard.
I sent the language to Ms. Kahlert, but I can, so it's up on screen there. So this is mainly saying that they would propose the plan of how to inform CAO and customers with the service quality report due on April 1st. So I think that hopefully would give you the flexibility you need.
Ms. Steinhauser.
Thank you. That gets exactly to the point for the Consumer Affairs Office. I would, after getting some feedback from a colleague, loop in 21 to say require us to propose a plan to restore power for involuntary disconnected, and then also to inform the Consumer Affairs Office. So it's more like your the AQI proposal, because there are some issues that we would need to work through, and we want to make sure that's informed.
You do this instead of 21.
Yes.
But I thought we were approving, you were suggesting we do approve your plan now to restore power for involuntary disconnected customers with AMI during the duration of a heat advisory or a heat warning, and now you're saying you would propose a plan.
Chair Steven, that's correct. I was just informed that we're not in a place to just do it right now. It's similar to the AQI, that there are some issues that we need to iron out and make sure that that it can be implemented the way we expect.
Okay. Do you understand that, or
Yep.
you support that, Commissioner Sullivan?
Yep,
that we're
I
not
understand
doing
that.
it now, it's going to be a plan.
So we will just be doing decision option 21A then, and then striking decision option 21 from my motion. So it's just decision option 21A under additional strategies,
As proposed on the screen.
as proposed on the screen.
Ms.
Ms. Kay-
Steinhauser.
Oh.
Thank you. I would pull more of the language from 21 into that so it's clear that it's restore power for involuntarily disconnected customers with AMI during the duration of a heat advisory or excessive heat warning. And I can repeat that if that would.
Does that, Ms. Kaler, does the during extreme heat events, is that specific enough to include both heat advisory and excessive heat warning? Is that, are we comfortable with Ms. Steinhauser? Is that?
Commissioner Sullivan, I'm not sure that we have extreme heat events defined, so I think our preference would be to use the language from 21.
So that language was during heat advisory or excessive heat warning?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
I think that covers the bases for the motion.
It's a little word salady, but it's going to work.
You had a question, though, about...
I had a question on, for Xcel, on 29. Is it clear in the motion that you're informing your own staff of, I interpreted this to be like a training of your own staff, and do you support that? I think it seems like a good idea, but.
Chair Stephen, our understanding is that is referring to our internal staff as well, yes.
And you support it?
Yes.
Okay, great. Commissioner Tuma.
I don't know, I had made a modification to 28, and you didn't include it in the motion.
Oh.
So I don't know if that's intentional, or if you want to include that, it would be.
28 wasn't included in my motion.
And if it were to be included, you can tell me if you're okay with it. It would be Xcel, require Xcel to provide a discussion in their next RSQ on how should be at the beginning, and then delete, require Xcel to verify that.
Just getting to 20. This is 28 is regarding landlord's failure to pay.
Yep, and this just tells them to tell us what they're doing.
I did not include decision option 28 in my motion.
But I think you want to, is what Commissioner Tuma is saying, and we support it, because it's like, I think it's more a narrative of how the new law is helping, how they're implementing the new law, and they said they would do it earlier.
Sounds good to me.
Did you get the change? Yeah, I'll do it. So right at the beginning, it should say Xcel shall provide a discussion in their next SRSQ on how and then delete to verify that it manages, I think, no, just delete, verify that, I think is all you have to do. And I think it makes sense.
And Commissioner Sullivan, you'll put that in your motion?
I will. I think we need to fix require Xcel shall. That's doesn't correspond to itself.
Xcel shall.
Okay. That's my motion.
Commissioners, any discussion on Commissioner Hahn?
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Before I support option 9, I have a question to Xcel, because what I heard from staff in Excel's practice, but I want to make sure that that's what Excel is doing. So my staff advised me that Xcel is not disconnecting during the cold weather regardless of the payment plan. Is it true or is it just old practice?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, that is true.
Okay. How about the reconnection? During the cold weather, does Xcel reconnect everybody who is already disconnected?
Commissioner Hom, just to make sure I understand, before cold weather starts, do we reconnect everyone? Yes, we do.
Thank you. Yeah, that was my staff's information, but I want to make sure that on the record, Xcel is stating it before I agree with the number 9. Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner Sullivan, thanks for your work on pulling a motion together. Is everyone ready to vote? Okay, all in favor of Commissioner Sullivan's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails 5-0. Thank you very much, everyone, for your work in this item. We will take a recess until 10 to 1. And then when we come back from lunch, we'll take up item number 2. Commission stands in recess.
Oh, come on, knees.
The commission will come back from its recess and we'll take up item 2. Mr. Northagen, when you're ready, please introduce item number 2.
Good afternoon, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number 2 is docket number E002, E111, E017, E015/CI-24-200 in the matter of impacts of the capacity definition in Minnesota Statute 216B 164 and associated rules on net metering eligibility for rate-regulated utilities. There are 3 questions before the Commission. First, how should the Commission consider the capacity definition in Minnesota Statute 216B 164 and associated rules on net metering eligibility for rate-regulated utilities? Number 2, what should the Commission consider regarding the definition of capacity as it relates to reliability and net metering rate eligibility? Number 3, are there any other issues or concerns related to this matter? Staff has filed a list of revised decision options yesterday afternoon to reflect new and modified decision options from the Department, MNCEA, and Commissioner Tuma. After the revised decision options were filed and information that is not found in this document includes letters from Dakota Electric, Otter Power, and the Minnesota Rural Electric Association supporting the department's modified decision option 1 and the Office of Attorney General Residential Utilities Division 2 new decision options. Physical copies of the revised decision options document and the new decision options from the Office of Attorney General Residential Utilities Division are both found on the gray table at the front of the room. Thank you, and staff is available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. If the parties want to come forward, please, we'll start with appearances. And then I have a question for the department to start with. In the interest of time, you can all come up now, or maybe we could start with some of you. See if there are questions for parties. So sorry, we don't have enough chairs for everyone, but how about starting on my left? Please start with your appearance.
Thank you, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Travis Murray on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General, Residential Utilities Division.
Daniel Tick on behalf of the Department of Commerce.
Peter Tegland on the behalf of the Department of Commerce.
Adam Heinen with the Dakota Electric Association, and with me is Kristen Stasny, outside counsel, and also Alex Nelson if you have any technical questions.
Dan Lipschultz here on behalf of the Minnesota Rural Electric Association. I'm here with Tom Guttormson, engineer with Connexus Energy, sitting to my left.
Good afternoon. Tom Guttormson, Connexus Energy with MREA.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jennifer Kuklinski here with Minnesota Power.
Thank you very much. For the department, I saw your modified decision option, and I wasn't clear if you now support that over your original recommendation of decision option 2, or what is your preference?
The department, my apologies, Chair Sieben, Daniel Tick on behalf of the department. The department provided modified 1 based on the concern that the original decision option 1 did not fully reflect the discussion around nameplate rating. So we offered that as an alternative to move forward. There's been additional discussion among parties to further modify that language in order to provide additional clarity, which I believe would offer as well for consideration. But
what is your recommendation that the commission make a decision on today? You're saying do you support what's your top preference that you want us to adopt today? Your modified 1 or your original recommendation of 2?
Chair Sieben, there are further modifications to 1 that parties have worked together to help bridge some of the concerns that are shared.
And that's what you support now as your preference?
Chair Sieben, yes.
Okay, great. So let's find out what that, or do we have that, that you're referencing? Sorry, does everybody know what they're talking about except for me? Where's the new language that you're just referencing where all the parties support it?
Staff does not have that new language.
Great. Should we, who has it and would like to read it, and then we can talk about it, Mr. Lipschultz?
Madam Chair, I have it on the screen. I can read it. It would be really nice if you had a written copy of it in front of you. But I'll read it to you, and we can probably get a copy to staff quickly. But let me read it.
Okay, and then, Mr. Lipschultz, can you also, you're representing MREA, but
Yes.
who are the other parties that support this, if you know? Could you also say that?
I can say that, and I'll stand corrected if someone says I got something wrong. It's all of the utilities who have filed comments in this docket, as well as the MREA on whose behalf I'm here, and the Department of Commerce.
Okay. Anybody else want to join in on that, supporting it? The munis also great, and the OAG.
Chair Sieben, we'll wait to hear it read before we commit to supporting it.
We do too. Fair, okay. He said he has to hear what it is before he commits to supporting it, and I said, we have to hear it too. Yeah.
Madam Chair, that seems unreasonable to me, but if you're ready, I'll read it. And by the way, I'll ask Mr. Tieglin to stop me if I'm reading the wrong thing, because there have been a number of iterations in the last hour. Here it is. Delegate authority to the Executive Secretary to open a new rulemaking proceeding to clarify that capacity, as defined in Minnesota Stat 216B.164, subdivision 2A, paragraph C, for purposes of eligibility for net metering in Minnesota, is determined by and measured at the qualifying facility's inverter or a power control system or supplemental device that controls production at the QF before the net metered customer's load. That's a mouthful. That's why I think you need to see it in writing.
Except just to, the beginning part was delegate authority to the executive secretary to open a rulemaking, right?
Well, that's two.
No, that's you heard me correctly, Chair Sieben. Now,
Someone's shaking their head behind you, Mr. Lipschultz.
so MREA's position and the utilities position is that you don't need a rulemaking and that you can adopt the language that I read after that clause that says open a rulemaking. But I'm trying to reflect what I think the department's at, and I'll just ask Mr. Tieglin, is it your position that the language include or should include a delegation for a rulemaking?
Wait, Mr. Lipschultz, will you read the first part again
Yes.
to me? Because my brain is not syncing what you said. Delegate authority to the executive secretary to initiate.
To open a new rulemaking proceeding. And now, yeah. And here's, I'll finish it because the rest of this is what we think all you need to do. We don't think you need a rulemaking, but
Then why'd you say it?
because we agreed with the department, the department's, I think, uncomfortable. I want to be careful about putting words in their mouth. I think they're uncomfortable moving forward with the rest of the language without a rulemaking. We don't share that discomfort, and I can explain why we don't share that discomfort. So open a rulemaking proceeding, but here's the language that would be implemented through a rulemaking or, in our view, doesn't need a rulemaking. Clarify that capacity as defined in Minnesota statutes 216B.164, subdivision 2A, paragraph C, for purposes of determining net metered eligibility in Minnesota. Here's the key language, is determined by and measured at the qualifying facility's inverter or a power control system or supplemental device that controls production at the QF before the net metered customer's load. And I think I could explain exactly what that means if your staff would put on the screen a diagram that we included in our comments and that your staff has in its briefing papers.
No, before we get to that, and I know maybe Commissioner Sullivan has questions, but I'm not understanding what process you're proposing. That you're going to ask the executive secretary to start a rulemaking for determining all these things, and then the rulemaking would come back to the commission to determine that, like, that usually we don't open a new docket to start a rulemaking, so that's not.
Chair Sieben, that's a great question. So the clarification which we think you can adopt, we, the utilities, MREA, munis, the clarification we think you can adopt that I just read does not, in our view, require a rulemaking. So where does the rulemaking come into play? That's your question. For those who believe that adopting the clarification would be an illegal rulemaking, you would need to simply codify that clarification in your rules. It would be almost ministerial in the sense that you agree that this clarification is the correct reading of what capacity should be, but out of concern about being accused of engaging in illegal rulemaking, you're going to codify that in your rules. That is the source of, I think, the department's view that you need a rulemaking.
That's helpful. Commissioner Sullivan, did you want to ask a question on the
Actually, I'd like
the
to
language,
get to the
or
language before we even get into questions.
Okay.
Is what I would like.
I think it's been sent to Austin.
We forward it to Dave, and it'll be up soon.
Okay. We just take a few minutes till we
no?
get.
We'll just everyone hold your.
And Madam Chair, we apologize, but we're trying to do this on the fly to sort of bring this together for you. It's an important issue and one that we think you can and should resolve relatively simply. And that's why we spent a lot of time with the department and all of us together trying to work this out. Yes. Yes.
So I should put a little tab at page 37, Mr. Tiglin?
Madam Chair, if I may, page 37 of the briefing papers has a diagram that I think it would be worth looking at on the screen, but
We can't do two things on the screen at the same
Yeah.
time. So
What I
let's
was gonna-
get the
and
language up first.
that's what I was going to suggest. And then what that diagram.
I have the diagram, so we don't need to see it on this.
Okay, so what I was going to suggest is you look at the language and then we can relate it to the diagram, which I think will help you understand the language. Excuse me, that's page 36 of the briefing papers that
Not
has.
37 of mine. You want the one with just the solar panel,
Yeah.
inverter, house, utility meter, not the one with the
Correct.
three red buildings.
Correct. We want the simple one so that we can simply illustrate what the language you're about to see means.
Here's what you're saying, Commissioner? Former Commissioner?
Madam Chair, no comment.
Sorry. I couldn't help myself. That's not it. I'm looking at 7 Mencia. There we go. Oh.
That is the language without the rulemaking preface. But go back to where you were, the highlighted language.
Right there.
Yeah, those two. So just to be clear, that first paragraph highlighted is the clarification language coupled to a rulemaking, and the second one is simply the clarifying language. The clarifying language is the same in both. The only difference is that first one couples that clarifying language to a rulemaking.
And that, Mr. Teglin, moving to you, is that the department's preference as we do the top one as highlighted there? Or is it still that your preference is whatever else you filed?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. The department's preference is to move forward with one of these two options. We believe that
That's not a good enough answer in terms of like trying to move forward. If I understand, you would be supportive of this as a compromise if it was the top language that was up there, that we engaged in the rulemaking?
Engaging in the rulemaking, Chair Sieben?
Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted, but I just am having a hard time with like people's positions moving and trying to see where we are to make a decision and what your preference is.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I share your hard time with people's positions moving as even today has moved along. We do believe that this clarification is a colorable clarification of the Commission's rules. We understand the utilities' arguments that it does not require a rulemaking. We have also heard today from the Office of Attorney General, who believes that this may be unpromulgated rulemaking. In either case, the department would like to move forward for clarity for department's programs and also the uniform statewide contract in a way that where everybody understands what the status quo is moving forward with or without rulemaking. I am not sure if that is a good enough answer, Chair Sieben, but this is it's faithful of a reproduction of our positions.
And I think that's fair, that it's complicated. So what I heard you say is the top highlighted language is one preference of the department's, or your other, you would also support what you still filed as a late filed decision option? Is that right? Or
the late filed decision option has been superseded by these two highlighted options. One is with rulemaking and one is without, but they are the same clarification of the rule.
And so we should set aside the late filed letter that Dr. Wyckoff filed.
Yes.
And instead you would either, if we have to choose, you suggest we choose between these two paragraphs.
Yes, and the choice is whether or not a rulemaking is necessary. But as for where that rulemaking should go, it should go in this direction. Where the status quo should go, should there be a rulemaking, should be with the general understanding that this is how capacity is measured. And if the Commission determines that a rulemaking is not needed, I will leave it to people smarter than me to establish that basis.
Okay, that was helpful for me. Sorry, I'm interjecting or taking over, but before we move on, then the OAG, tell us what your recommendation is after seeing these two paragraphs and the other list of decision options, what the OAG recommends that the Commission do today.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Our recommendation would either be the OAG's revised 4A and 4B. We could also be comfortable with the new department's 1A. To clarify.
Sorry. The department's new one.
But
they said they don't support that.
I'll back up a moment. We don't take a position on the outcome of the rulemaking, but what we do believe is that this does require a rulemaking
process.
Yes. So whether the Commission, so my understanding was the language that's on the screen gives the Commission kind of an established direction of which way the rulemaking would go. If the commission feels it has enough information in the record to go that direction, we don't have a problem with that. We just insist that a rulemaking be the way that this is done.
Okay, so then either the top paragraph here you'd support, or your revised decision option, which still clarifies that we should do a rulemaking process.
Chair Sieben, that's correct. We provided revised 4A and 4B just to, if the commission didn't feel that it has enough information to decide on a direction, those would allow it to solicit input from the parties.
Okay, that's helpful for me. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. For the department, so this statement states that this specific definition is applicable to the defining and qualifying this net meter facility. Is this new definition or the interpretation of this definition, are we applying in other section of this part of the statute, or we only isolating this definition into that specific net metering qualification?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, our understanding is it would be the latter of what you have described. So it would be applied more broadly.
Okay, I mean, as a non-lawyer, this language was very confusing. Sounds like it's only applied to very narrow portion of this statute, but intent of the definition of statute is applied to the whole part of that statute portion of it, right?
Yes, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, we interpret this clarification of the rule to apply only to net metered qualifying facilities, the narrower subset of qualified facilities, and not to qualified facilities more broadly. And that clarification brings the definition of net metered qualifying facilities into greater alignment with the definition for qualifying facilities more broadly.
Okay. So that's why I need to talk with our counsel about this, but my non-lawyer general understanding is when specific sub-definition is inserted in the statute of a certain part, intend to apply to whole part of that, but now you are suggesting we narrow that down to a certain portion of it.
Mr. Teglin.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom. We understand this clarification of the rule of how capacity is defined to be for net metered qualifying facilities and net metered qualifying facilities only. We understand the definition in the statute and the rules for qualifying facilities, certainly that are not net metered, to be clear.
Okay. If anybody can help, that'll be helpful.
Commissioner Tuma.
And I think that, if I understand from the departments and that OAG in particular's point of view, and it seemed a little bit from the utilities, was why it's a good idea to put this in a rulemaking process, is we will have a chance to understand that, work through it, and you'll have an ALJ determine, as you pointed out, whether it's appropriate for us and we have a legal authority to do this. And it reduces the possibility of we're ended up fighting over this third or fourth time down the road. And so that's my understanding, is this sets a parameter to go forward, but the actual rulemaking will finally lay out the actual lines in the rules that will be changed, the verbiage in the rules that will be changed to meet this point of view going forward.
And Commissioner Tuma, you just said ALJ, and I didn't read that into the top paragraph. But is that the understanding that if we do a rulemaking, it's also a referral to the OAH, or can we do it through the executive secretary as?
My understanding, Madam Chair, just having done rules, is that it always is sent to the ALJ to determine that we're to the Office of Administrative Hearings to make sure we're within our authority to do that. There's a process, a step that goes in there that's automatic in a rulemaking. And so we're not really referring it to the ALJ. But the ALJ will look at it, and because of the way the rules are done, say, yes, the commission has authority to do what they're doing. And I think that's what the OAG wants.
Yes, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, that's correct. And just minor clarification too, we are also okay with Tuma revised 2. That gets to the rulemaking as well.
Wait, why are we're talking
just-
about Tuma's revised 2 now?
Just
We don't need to, Madam Chair.
No,
because
I didn't look at it, Commissioner Tumas, so maybe you could just
And here's what I
tell
would
us what it
say.
is.
I'm comfortable where the decision is being good, because I think I was going in the same direction. I want this to go to rulemaking so that we don't end up spinning our wheels on an order down the road and end up in appeals and back here and people doing things. We just get in front of the ALJ. So that's what I was trying to accomplish, I think, where you guys have gotten to. So you can ignore TUMA revised 2, because I don't see the process being any different, and I appreciate the fact that they've come together and found better verbiage than the backwater attorney came up with on it, so.
Mr. Lipschultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 things. First of all, I wanted to clarify, while we don't think you need a rulemaking, we don't object to it, if it's coupled with this clarification language that we're talking about. Number 2, I wanted to address Commissioner Ham's question, and I don't disagree with Mr. Tieglin in the sense that you teed this issue up to help define capacity in the context of net metering. Having said that, I think that this definition, and this can be sorted out in the rulemaking, Commissioner Tuma, will apply to QFs with or without net metering. And if you put the diagram up, assuming you're interested, I can illustrate, I think, for you why that's the case.
Or we can go to page 36, right?
Or go to page 36.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lipschultz. That's why I was wondering why we are doing this, because reading the whole section of this statute, 40 kW has to be at the inverter level, to me, as a non-lawyer. So that's why, because it has an implication to standby rate allowance and all other section of this statute. So that's why I was wondering why we are limiting. But I understand now, only reason you did it because we gave you that homework.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Ham, yes and yes. Yes, that's why, and yes, it has to be done at the inverter level. And what I was going to say, and this speaks to your question that Mr. Tieglin answered, and I think it also speaks to why I don't think you need a rulemaking. And that is this. When you're determining capacity, you're determining production. And the Commission already said that in its statement of need and reasonableness, explaining what the Commission meant by its definition of capacity. It said it's production. You don't produce at the bidirectional meter. You produce in AC at the inverter. The inverter and the panels are your QF. And the QF DC is converted to AC at the inverter. That's your production. And you have a fixed capacity that then applies under the statute to determine net metering eligibility. So absolutely right, Commissioner Ham. And this language clarifies that, but also importantly, and this is what the department, I think, really sort of did a nice job of nuancing and as they took a really, I think, a commendable deep dive into this, is you might have these power control systems or supplemental devices that can determine your production at the QF level before load. And so we need to be open to that kind of new technology, which is not deployed yet in Minnesota. And that was kind of the addition here. Otherwise, it would be simple and you wouldn't even need this. And so I think you're right, Commissioner Ham. This language clarifies that and also clarifies that there might be these power control systems that can fix a different production level for capacity, different from the nameplate rating of the inverter.
Yeah. Thank you for that clarification. So, yeah, I'm not weighing in on the process issue since I'm not a lawyer, so I'll just leave that to other commissioner too. But to me, that definition is very clear by applying this to other section of this statute. So that's why I was wondering why.
Commissioner, and then I have a question.
And I apologize, Madam Chair. One other clarification, because I wanted to come back to rulemaking. the rulemaking process doesn't necessarily require or go through the Office of Administrative Hearings. It typically does, but I don't believe it has to, and your council can check that out. I used to do rulemakings almost as a full-time job many, many years ago. In any event, this would be what was called, or I think still is called, a non-controversial rulemaking, where you already know what your policy is. You just need to codify it in your rule. That goes through the simpler, shorter process, which is why, as painful as rulemakings are, this one should not be painful.
Is, okay, thank you. I don't know if this is for the department or you, Mr. Lipschultz, but is a battery a supplemental device under this definition?
Madam Chair, I'm going to give an answer, and then I'm going to look to Tom Guttormson, an actual engineer. I'd say no. I don't believe a battery is a supplemental device. I think these devices or power control systems we're talking about somehow set limits on what the production of the QF can be. But I'm going to turn to Mr. Guttormson and see if I'm wrong. Please tell me if I am.
Thank you, Mr. Lipschultz. That is correct. Energy storage is not part of the supplemental, what was it called? Supplemental device. Supplemental device could be a control system, or it could be a setting with the inverter or something like that that establishes a limit or a fixed set point of what the output of the DER can be, but it's not energy storage.
You agree with that too, the department? The supplemental device here is not it's not going to be a battery by definition of what this is implying, where it says a power control system or supplemental device?
Chair Sieben, I believe I agree. I'm not an engineer, but I do understand that some batteries have power controlled devices or limiting factors that have been described in various utilities technical standards manuals that, if you recall, was maybe the genesis to this entire proceeding. And I think that in a rulemaking process or somewhat, we could get to further development of that if the commission is not comfortable with where we are.
I don't think that was what, I wasn't like intending to open it up. I just asked our staff and they were like, you might want to clarify. So I don't, you could tell me.
That's a good clarification. Let me ask the engineer in the room. Go to page 32 before you go to page 36. And there's a paragraph that I think if we can make sense of it, it's under number 2, the second paragraph under number 2, and it says, MNCEA provides that a utility conducts interconnection studies at 25 megawatts and for a 20 megawatt battery. Kilowatts, thank you. So you got a 25 kilowatt solar system and a 20 megawatt or 20 kilowatt battery. So you got solar at 25 kilowatts, battery at 25. That nameplate is 45, and it would not qualify under the present way we look at things. But I think what you're saying, if I understand this right, there needs to be something more than just that. You need to have the description that you have this controlling system that controls the output of these two things to govern it down below 40. And that's what then determines I can get a higher price. That's it. We're going to deal with MNDIP is going to deal with all that, and your engineers are going to deal with, does that device actually do that? That's a technical question you're going to deal with to get it down. We're not making a technical decision. So if somebody comes in, a solar developer comes in and a customer comes in and says, I want this, a Chinese inverter put in there that we don't know if it works, you'll be able to say no based on the MNDIP. But as far as what I'm understanding, this 45K nameplate could possibly qualify for a less than 40 and get the higher rate if we do what we're doing. Is that my understanding of how it works from an engineering standpoint, and what we're really getting into is more just setting the price?
Very good question, Commissioner Tuma. I appreciate the question, and you are correct. So if we have a system set up where there's a 25 kilowatt solar system, it's an energy source, and a 20 kilowatt energy storage, that's an energy source, and the two of those add up to 45. In the applications that we work with so far, the energy storage is not used to put energy out to the grid at the same time the solar is, or if it could, we could use some type of control system to limit that so that there's a maximum output or a maximum production of the DER, which could be one energy source or multiple energy sources all put together.
To step
So that's
outside the
correct.
legal realm here, just from an engineering standpoint, I would think we would want to encourage that kind of facility than putting a whole bunch of 40 megawatt solar systems on the DR side. It would be nice to have a whole bunch of these kind of systems because we see they're more level output. It's more manageable. If you put a good tariff in, working with your customers on using that battery, you could even use it for grid stabilization if you wanted to. Is that a fair way to look at this?
Commissioner Tuma, I would agree with that.
But the part I didn't quite follow then is so that would the net metering portion only be for the 25 kW in the example, or could you ever get up to 40 because the 25 plus the battery? Would the payment to the homeowner be up to 40 in that case, or a lot of people, okay, maybe it's a good question because you all want to comment.
It's a very good question, Madam Chair. It's a very good question. Remember, we're talking in a net metering context here. So if you have this nameplate of 45 kV or kilowatts, and you have a control system that says you can't produce more than 39.9, it qualifies for net metering.
And you'd get the metering, the rate on the 39.9?
Madam Chair, no, we're in net metering here.
Yes.
No, you're in a net metering situation. So what happens is some of that 39.9 is going to be consumed by the DG customer. It's going to be used to offset their load.
Mm-hmm.
Then there will be some residual excess that get exported to the grid. That residual excess, somewhere below 39.9, will get retail rate compensation because that excess ultimately traces back to a QF that was capped at a capacity of no more than 39.9. So that's what the statute does. It has three different components to it. The first component, it says, what's the capacity of the QF? And that's determined by its production or output capability. The next question is, what's the net input into the utility grid? That is a function of how much the DG customer actually consumes to offset their own load. And that's why this works, because it's critically important, and I can't emphasize enough, that the language we have up there that we're talking about focuses, as your rules did when you explain them in your sonar, on production capability. That defines your capacity. Everything that happens after that works just fine, depending on the DG customer, how much load they have, how much they consume, and then whatever excess gets exported, it gets retail rate because it comes from a system or a QF that was capped at 39.9. Usually that's the nameplate, but as we're talking about here, there could be other things, and this is where the department was I think, explaining and convincing us that, yeah, there are other things than nameplate that kind of cap your production at the QF.
Okay, and I understand, Mencia, you might not want us to adopt the language that's on the top paragraph here, but do you understand the way that that was just explained? And, you know, my question about it, do you think that that's what this first paragraph would effectuate if we adopted the top paragraph on the screen?
Is this working? It is.
Yes.
Thank you.
And state your name, please. One more
I'm
time.
Sarah Webby with Mencia. Chair Sieben, the top paragraph creates a conflict with the language in Minnesota Rule 78350 100. That rule says at the point of common coupling. And if you look at the diagram on page 37, I know it's somewhat unclear, but we're talking about supplemental devices that would be located, if I'm correct, either in front of or behind the point of connection, which is always inherently behind the point of common coupling. And so we are concerned that, by putting this definition or by making this clarification to the rule, we are moving away from the actual language in the rule. We do understand the practical concerns of the Department of Commerce wanting to move ahead with its programs, but we think that, the generation of the system would also be inherently capped by the size of the photovoltaic system. Storage does not generate in this scenario. So if, a battery is involved in this example, and there's a 25 kilowatt solar system and a 15 or a 20 kilowatt battery, the system would only generate as much as the 25 kilowatt solar system would allow it to generate. So I think we also are concerned about confusing generation with the total capacity of the system behind the meter in terms of nameplate.
And to back up, do you think that a supplemental device could be a battery in this definition?
We do not believe a supplemental
that's
device
good.
could be a battery in most situations. And I do want to say that our preference would actually be TUMA's revised 2 option as a starting point for rulemaking. We believe that more accurately reflects the actual functionality of the system and aligns with the rule that's currently in place.
And just to be clear, is that your out of all the decision options in front of us, that's your preferred one?
Well, our preferred option would be 2, but we do find 2A to be an acceptable option, and then from there we would support 4A or 5.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Tegland or the department, on that discussion about the top paragraph, which at least I keep, I appreciate the questions and the discussion about, is there anything additional you'd like to add or anything you disagreed with that either Mr. Lipschultz or others have said about it?
Not at this time, Chair Sieben. We believe that the definition of the QF to be limited by whatever power limiter or setting on the inverter there appropriately defines the capacity of the QF taken as a whole with all of its individual components, whether coupled on the DC side or the AC side, has the capacity to generate, transmit.
Okay, and as to the point of whether this would be a difficult rulemaking or not, it sounds like it's going to be difficult, and a referral to the OAH may be like a little easier, but do you think that this, if we adopted this much language in the top paragraph, we could potentially do it just through notice and comment? And I know the department has engaged in that previously with the commission on rulemaking, so any preference over a referral to the OAH, or if we could just do it through the executive secretary by opening a new rulemaking?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. If you'd allow me one moment to consult with counsel.
Mm-hmm. Welcome. Please state your name.
Good afternoon, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. Richard Dornfeld, Assistant Attorney General, I'm here on behalf of the Department of Commerce. My general understanding of rulemaking, I think it's consistent with Commissioner Tuma's, is that at some point, almost every rule needs to be sent to OAH and reviewed by the chief ALJ, compliance with various statutory requirements. I think this is probably one of those types of questions the Commission would want to check with its own counsel on and confirm. But I generally also agree with your assertion that probably every rulemaking is challenging, and there's just based on the process set up in Minnesota law.
Okay, other discussions for commissioners? Otherwise, I'm just gonna say, like, I'm hoping we move into deliberations here pretty soon. Yes, Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I need a little more education on the system you just described when you are discussing with the Commissioner Tuma, the 20 plus 25. Is there a control system you can making sure that that 25 or 20 battery is not being charged by system energy?
Would you repeat the question, please, Commissioner Ham?
So that configuration you discussed with the Commissioner Tuma, 20 plus 25, solar and battery hybrid configuration you just discussed with the Commissioner Tuma.
So again, the key here is that the capacity is defined as the production available at the QF.
No, I understand. My question, sorry to interrupt you. My question is there a control system there whether it can prohibit that battery is being charged by system energy, not from the solar, but from the utilities energy?
I believe there are control systems that could direct the charging to come from solar or from the grid.
Can you enforce it?
We can enforce.
Okay.
Now, today, that's maybe done contractually, and we may need some more communication systems directly to the utility from these systems to verify that's how it's being done. And that's the direction that we would be moving.
Yeah. Without physical control, you may not be able to control when that load is drawing double the load if battery is sized as a size of the load, and potentially that's the reliability risk because load is drawing more energy than you are understanding what they're going to do. So you prepare your system capacity to meet that need. Now you can potentially creating reliability problem by drawing more energy from the system to charge the battery. Meantime, you are consuming at the facility. That's why I was wondering whether there is any physical control that you can enforce it, not the homeowner or the facility owner's control, but your physical ability to control, because you are the obligated to provide the reliable service, not the homeowner.
That's a very good question. Today, we do not have a system in place that the utility has the control system to manage what you're speaking of. That is done by the homeowner's control device today. So contractually, we require them to have that in place. We do not directly have that control system today.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing I was hoping that we get comment from you guys when we are giving this homework to you guys, but I haven't seen that discussion in this docket because that's the one of the reliability concern I had when we are discussing this issue, because when we are using this broad definition, we can potentially have battery with a huge size, and then they can become potential load when they are charging from the system energy, not from their core facility, particularly when weather is bad, like a winter or last few days, no sun. They're consuming energy for the facility, the home, or charging at the same time because they don't have excess energy to charge the battery. So that's why whether we can control that under this definition, that is my question about the reliability, which definition we have to use to make sure that we are reliable.
Commissioner Ham, very good question, very good discussion. Our focus here principally has, as of right now, been more on the production, okay? And the definitions of capacity for production, and that definition of capacity being at the QF, at the inverter. However, you bring up a very good point about charging. So for an example, the systems that we have out in our systems today are all set up so that all the charging is done from the solar system. However, your point though, if somebody puts out a great big battery system, how are we going to monitor, how are we going to control? So all of a sudden we don't have a huge load for charging the battery because it's coming from the grid rather than the solar system that puts undue load on the distribution system that we didn't know about is a very good point. So I would say that that is something utilities probably need to look more at. I don't have an answer for that today, but that is a very good point.
Thank you.
I apologize, but I have to go, so I'm gonna hand the gavel over to you, Commissioner Sullivan. I have to go get my son, so sorry to leave, but for what it's worth, I support the language on the screen, but I won't be here to vote for it.
Okay.
But
Okay.
you can continue, and I apologize to everyone, but.
Do I get to gavel myself in?
You already are in charge.
Gavel yourself out, that's
Yeah.
where we're already
Yeah.
Take the gavel with you.
Mr. Heinen, did you want to say? Mr. Heinen, did you want to? Was there?
Alex Nelson with Dakota Electric, Chair and Commissioners, Commissioner Hom. In order to have a physical control visibility, it would be very expensive to have a physical device that could physically limit on-site. And I don't think a utility would want to operate said device. There is software out there, DERMS specifically, that we could have visibility in. Currently, I don't know that anyone has anything deployed yet. That is a potential for the future of where we could have a little bit more visibility. I think it's important too that even with this language, the entire QF or DER facility is still going to go through the MINDIP review. We're still going to look at the nameplate of the battery and of the solar or other DER and review if a distribution system upgrade is required. Even if the production capacity is lower, there may be a charging capacity that is required at a capacity that we need to accommodate for.
Yeah, I mean, that's why that was a two concern. One is the reliability, and the other one is a potential you are shifting the cost to the non-qualifying facility owner if we are using broader definition. That's why I was more comfortable just agreeing with the very restricted definition here, given those two issues. But I think, once again, I'll just follow the process in in different discussion.
Mr. Lipschultz.
Mr. Chair, just quickly, Commissioner Hom, I want to try to put you at ease a little bit because I share your anxiety, which is why I would have preferred the simpler. But if you look at the declaration of Christy Robinson that was attached to our comments in paragraph 6, and you don't need to go there, I'll just read it. She says the interconnection process adopted in Minnesota allows QFs with permission from the electric utility to use different things than nameplate, basically. So there is a process in place to police those concerns, including reliability, that we're very concerned about. And if you do anything other than nameplate, you do need to get the utility's permission. And oh, by the way, utilities have been granting permission for derating, setting the capacity below the nameplate. That's been happening. And then you've got these power control systems that would go through that same sort of review, clarification, and approval process by the utility in individual cases.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you for the clarification. But my concern is, yes, there is a potential financial penalty. That's one thing. But my concern is a physical reliability. After we have an incident, that liquidated damage is one thing, but blackout is another thing. So that's why I have a very serious concern with this issue that we have to really pay attention to reliability.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom, again, we share that concern, which is, and we hear that message. And I think as I hear your message for the co-ops, for other utilities, it's to be very diligent and serious about policing reliability when these individual situations arise that depart from nameplate. And so your admonition is something I know the utilities will take seriously because they already do, but you're spot on.
Mr. Chair. And
Commissioner Tuma.
Commissioner Lipsos, I think that was a point of our past actions, and I'm glad you pointed that out. And it's the same when I looked at our 2015 actions, we indicated that generator's nameplate is a consideration, but it's not determinative. And I think it was leaving open the concept that these devices would be there someday. I don't think we wanted to lock ourselves in back in 2015.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, that's right. And let me just be clear, I'm speaking for co-ops, so I can say this, but I know this is true for the investor-owned utilities. They want to accommodate their member owners who have all sorts of different things that they're working out with developers to try to maximize the use and appropriate use of distributed energy. And so that's why that flexibility, actually from a co-op perspective, that the department sort of really, I think, introduced to this is a good thing, but it needs to be addressed and implemented very, very wisely.
And what I see the difference between what I will call the compromise language and my two is pretty much the same, except you are focusing in on that inverter level control and that there's a load later. Mine would, I guess, arguably would put it after the load. And so that's the way I kind of see if there's a difference between what I was doing and what this does. It's really just kind of where we're measuring it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Tuma, yes. And when you say just, that's a really critical, profound difference. Because capacity is production, not consumption. You produce at the QF, the inverter measures your AC production, and then it gets consumed first by the DG customer to offset their load, or at least part of it, and then some excess that gets shifted off to the grid and compensated at a retail rate if the capacity, the production, is below 40. So that's a critical mark. That's why you cannot define capacity or measure it at the bidirectional meter. Nothing gets produced there. That's not the QF.
And it seems to me that we're not talking a whole lot here because you have to be bumping up to 40. And I would think 40, you're talking probably somewhere, I'd have to have a small farm or a medium-sized manufacturing before I start getting into those numbers. We're not talking about Wickwang's house or my house. Well, I don't know about Wickwan. He might have a bigger house. No, it actually has less acreage than I do. But we're not talking your average residential customer.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Tuma, you're correct, but I will just say, and this is why co-ops are concerned, is that there are large consumers in rural co-op territories that do get, get up pretty high, and so that's why I think I don't want to get into policy. We think the 40 is too high, but it is what it is, right? And but yes, it's for the most part, if you're talking about our homes here, it's going to be well below that.
And so for Mencia, I know I appreciate you liking my decision option more, but I think my nod that you would agree with is at the meter, and you get the benefit of not having to count the load behind the meter, is basically the difference between what I was recommending and what is now this kind of compromise language. Is that a fair assessment?
Ms. Webby.
Thank you. Commissioner Tuma, we did like the fact that it was the bidirectional meter in your language, and that is because the bidirectional meter is typically where the point of common coupling is. And yes, that does not account for load, and we see your concern there. But again, an inverter and a point of common coupling and, a power control system and the point of common coupling are different things. The point of common coupling comes after both the inverter and a power control device. And so that is our concern with revised option 1A.
When I read your comments and I read the record, and I went back to that section where it was, on page 32, where it was talking about the situations that you're running into. It seems like these situations are what's going to cause heartburn for your clients, your managers out there. Yeah, I know there's ones get right up to 40, and if you have a 40 and a 40, solar and a sort 40, a battery, the likelihood of that's not highly likely. But this is likely. A 25 and a 20 could bump you off. And if I'm hearing from everybody here, the scenario that you laid out here, your clients can go do this. Now it opens up a whole new avenue where they're going to get the residential retail rate, or they get the rate that's better than what they would have gotten otherwise, and they can have a more energy put onto the system at 25 than they probably could at 40 with a solar facility. If they have I'm not just talking capacity, I'm talking about the energy that's going to flow through that system overall over the whole year is probably going to be higher, and I'm going to make more money under this scenario, this 25-20, than I would under a 40 megawatt solar system. And so they got a new opportunity here that I think that they're trying to get to. And so I don't know why we would lock ourselves into dying on the sword of the meter versus the.
Chair Tuma, I appreciate what you're saying. I don't necessarily think a 25 kilowatt solar system with a 20 kilowatt battery would dispatch more energy through the point of common coupling to the grid than a 40 kilowatt solar system. And the reason is that the solar system, the generating part of the system, will still be 25 kilowatts. And the battery itself does not generate. And mind you, we're talking about not the solar system, but 25 kilowatts worth of inverters, and the DC system behind the inverters might be sized to be greater than that, but those inverters are sized to generate at 25 kilowatts AC. The battery will hold that energy in a storage tank. And to Commissioner Ham's point, it may be that the battery occasionally pulls energy from the grid. If there's a storm coming, that can often happen. There's a setting that will allow it to do that. But it actually costs the customer money, unless you're in very particular time of use situations. It costs money to charge from the grid and then discharge back to the grid because of loss throughout that cycle. You lose about 2% of your energy.
Put it this way, you're going to be better off with a 25-20 situation than a 25 14.999 battery, because that 14.99 battery is going to run out of power faster than the 20 megawatt battery, and so that 20 megawatt battery is going to put out more energy back into the system at night than the 14.99 battery. So you're going to do better under this scenario, regardless of whether it's at the meter or at the point of common coupling.
Usually, Commissioner Tuma, usually those batteries will discharge to meet load at night instead of discharge to the grid. I don't believe that there are tariffs that permit the battery to discharge to the grid at this point.
Isn't that what you're asking for? I mean, then maybe I read the record wrong.
Pardon me for speaking without clarity, Commissioner Tuma. What I should say is that in the event that the measurement is happening at the point of common coupling, the energy coming from the battery or the solar system would be identical in that the
capacity of amount is pushing out onto it.
Yes.
I'm talking how much that meter spins. At some point, the meter stops spinning when the battery runs out.
Correct.
And a battery that's at 25 is going to keep spinning longer than one that is at 40 or 14.99. All other things held, equal, load and other things. I'm seeing the engineers shaking their heads yes. So I think I'm hopefully I'm making sense of it. And when I do my own electricity, I get a little nervous because I'm going to get electrocute myself. Worst thing to do is have a public utility commissioner electrocute himself to death. So I'm trusting these guys are telling me the truth. Okay.
You are correct, Commissioner Tuma. Yes, that a 25 kilowatt battery would have more capacity to hold energy generated from the solar than a 14.99 capacity battery. And then in turn have more capacity to release that energy to either serve load or export to the grid.
Yeah. So I don't know, I appreciate you supporting, I get what the difference is now, but it seems like it's a reasonable thing for us to set it there at some point and allow you to get some more of these kind of creative systems out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Tuma. And again, I just want to clarify that our concern is that the power control system and the point of connection are not the point of common coupling, and those are the words that are in the rule.
Did you guys want to follow up? We're good? Okay, Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. No, I mean, I think I spoke a lot, but I think I want to just emphasize one more time, as I think the correct electric engineer mentioned, we need the terms as soon as possible, because I'm trying to skip rulemaking if it's possible, because we need to deploy this resource as soon as possible, as much as possible. Any dispute here may delay because due to the uncertainty for the developers, homeowners. That's why I was trying to help everybody. Meantime, we keep the reliability, and also I don't want to shift cost to the other customers. So, but since I'm not an engineer, I'm not a lawyer, so I'll stay away from more detailed discussion on that part of it. But I think we need to move quicker than slower, in my view, because we need a lot of this resource in the system as soon as possible.
I think we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back. And then I think maybe we can have a motion at that point. You good? All right. We'll be back at 2:11. All right, I think we've chatted with staff. I think we'll move into deliberations. Does anybody have a motion?
Well, Mr. Chair, I would move.
Commissioner Tuma.
I guess the revised new option number 1, the upper one, as presented to us. I think
the belt and suspenders one.
Belt and suspenders one. And I don't think we have to do anything other motions than that, right, staff? Okay, yeah.
I think all we need to do is that one.
Yeah, I mean, the reason too is some of the cost ratepayer impacts will be addressed in a rulemaking. That's part of the language, typical rulemaking. So I'm assuming those things will be addressed at that stage. So I'm seeing my staff nod, and so that's a good thing.
Commissioner Commissioner did you have something? Oh, okay. Commissioner Tuma, I support your motion. I'm ready to go. I think we can just, I'll move, or you have moved decision option 1. Commissioner, I think I looked over, you gave me kind of a.
I just didn't see the thumbs up.
Yeah.
I'm a little slow. I'm the pitcher they don't bring in unless they're really in desperate need of a bad left-hander to finish out the game.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. That takes care of our business for the day. I hope everybody has a nice weekend. The meeting is adjourned.